6 different series. You know what's really good?
Which one?
Remarriage and Desire. I like it better than.
I'm gonna have to look at that.
This is part of that. So. I think I. I would say, well, I think a lot of this. Yes, they're all unopened, right? Yeah, unfortunately. And Michael Boyd. Okay. I did read that. I did read it. It's pretty light.
So now.
Put that together. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I'll go after his brother. Except the fact. Go to Florida, Arizona. Yeah, but look at that Oklahoma casino.
All righty, everyone, please have a seat. All right, according to the time on the computer, it's 8:56. We don't start till 9, so we will start exactly at 9 a.m. I guess, Bexar, spring is on sabbatical. It's like not showing up to work this springtime. Oh, and it was freezing in Louisiana. We had cold and rain. And then I come back here, and for some reason in the airport, they had it on like 50. I'm like, it's cold in this airport. Hey, it is, it is not cold in here. If you only knew how long it took us to get AC. Oh, yes. Yeah. But I can't believe it's 50 something degrees, that people live in the South so we can have warm weather. It is late April. Yeah. Well, Deputy Laura, you and I had our break together.
We did.
We did, yeah. Yeah, and my mom enjoyed her birthday. Oh, gosh, yes, we did. Oh, and surprise, because people think Stephanie Boyd can't cook, but yes, I can. I made meals and I made a cake. Oh, yeah, her favorite is coconut with pecans. And so I made that. And guess what? It lasted for maybe a day and a half. But it was like a big.
Not HEB, you made cake?
Oh, no. And there's no HEB in Louisiana. So, yeah. All right. We have 2 more minutes before 9 o'clock. Hopefully everybody's here. I don't think anybody wants to be locked up over Fiesta. Oh, and Mom said she missed seeing you guys. She likes to see all the attorneys who come in. And I see we have a new prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I know you though.
Yes.
It's yeah, we have. So welcome to the 187th.
Your Honor.
Were you here last week?
I did get to enjoy Judge Angelini.
Okay.
You're welcome.
All right, sir, please have a seat. And today is going to be a short week for us because it's Fiesta. You know, when I first came here, I was like, why are we off on Friday? And then they're like, it's Battle of the Flowers. So of course I had to do a quick Google on what Battle of the Flowers was. Minutes tick by so slowly. It's now 8:59. I don't want to call the docket before and have people, here we are. It's 9 a.m. Happy Monday. Everybody, please have a seat. It's Monday. It's a short week because I think Friday is a holiday. Am I right on that? So Friday is a holiday, which means Monday is going to be a Friday and a Monday, but we can pretend like it's not going to be that way. When I call your name, I need you to stand if you can and let me know that you're here. If I don't know you're here, a warrant may be issued for your arrest. James Lopez.
Here, Your Honor.
Thank you. Herbert King. Thank you. Jose Corona. Jose Corona. Or is that Corona? Jose Corona. Armando Mata. Armando Mata. And we were starting out so well. Renee Torres. Renee Torres. In custody, we have Brandon Benavides. Roger Salcedo. In custody, we have Patrick Vargas. Kevin Owens. Richard Esquivel. Jose Sanchez is in custody. Daniel Bell. Daniel Bell. Alexander Castro. In custody, we have Roberto Mendoza Perez. Joe Anthony Jimenez. Samantha Richards. Thank you. Tomas Silvas is in custody. Juan Avalos. Javier Medina is in custody. Michael Montoya, custody. Lindsay Pierce. In custody is Jesse Rabago, Christopher Davis, Devon Stryjek. How do you pronounce your last name? I'm sorry, what? Strike? So that J is just there? Okay. It's a silent J. Vaughn Skirvin. Gloria Rosca. Lisa Garza. Thank you. Vernon Dixon is in custody. Alejandro Trevino. Mark Anthony Pena. Thank you. Robert Alvarez, custody. Lana Ganal. Sabria Goldstone. Michael Douglas. Xavier Escobedo. Xavier Escobedo. Please take a seat. Michael Durong. Alex Ardone. How do you pronounce that? Alex Ardoin. Ardoin. Alex. Rodney Green. Brandon Benavides, custody. Kendall Blunt, custody. Dominique Nicholson, custody. Guadalupe Gutierrez. Mario Miranda. Mario Miranda. Oh, I haven't signed those. Katrina Mendoza is in custody. Abel Ornelas, custody. Sergio Garcia, custody. Alejandro Chapa. Monica Gallardo should be 11. Joseph Montemoreno. Joseph Montemoreno. Okay. All right. Anyone who came in late or your name was not called? What's your name? Gloria Walters. Do you know who your attorney is? All right, just give us a moment and we'll take that up. Anyone else? All right, everyone. These are the rules of the court. Please listen carefully. 1, I try to keep the well of the court as least congested as possible. So attorneys, if you grab your file, have a seat. The prosecutors will call you when they're really ready to confer. The files for criminal trial division are over here. The files for family violence are over here. If you have someone who's in custody and you request them, please do not leave the courtroom because there's a limited number of inmates that can be brought out. And if your inmate is here and you leave, then that means another attorney cannot have their inmate brought out. If you have a client who requires an interpreter, but you speak their language, we still need an interpreter. Once an interpreter is called, please do not leave the courtroom. They usually will arrive within 5 minutes, but we have a limited number of interpreters. So once they show up, if you're not here, they're going to leave. And then we're going to have to start that process all over again. The other thing, do not approach the court if you have not conferred with the state and if you have not conferred with your client. Do not approach the coordinator for a reset, for a continuance, for permission to leave. I'm the only person who can do that. All right, today is Monday. It's cold outside. We all thought it would be spring. It is not spring. Spring is on sabbatical, but it's still a beautiful day because we're all currently alive and it's going to be a short weekend. So everyone be kind to each other and be patient and everything will move along smoothly. So please confer. And Norma, we have an attorney in the waiting room. Who's she here for? Monica Carala. And sir, you came in late. What's your name? I'm sorry, what? All right, thank you.
He's here for Daniel Bell with Beach Six.
Right.
Joe Anthony. Joe Anthony.
Hello, your client is not here.
Yes, good morning, Judge. He was taken into custody over the weekend.
All right, can somebody check? She's saying her client Daniel Bell is in custody.
Yes, ma'am. Judge, I don't see him now. He might be in process.
All right, we're gonna see, because when was he taken into custody?
I believe, Judge, it would have been on Friday night. He has a GPS monitor. GPS is aware that he was taken into custody, and his probation officers, or his pretrial officers, also aware.
All right, she's saying Friday night, so it wouldn't be in the system?
He would be in the system and he's not in.
And it would be in Oklahoma County.
Ah, and is that in Texas?
No, Judge, it's in Oklahoma.
Ah, okay. Well, that's why it's not showing up here.
Yeah.
All right, you're gonna have to bring documentation to the court that he's actually in custody in Oklahoma. Otherwise, there's gonna be a warrant issued for his arrest.
Yes, Judge, I'm just waiting for the jail to get me over his arraignment paperwork. They said we should have it sometime by 10 to noon is when the judge will arrive.
All right, if you get that for the court, then I'll take that matter up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Patrick Morgan? Morgan? Joseph Morano? Somebody wrote a sign and somebody did it. Ronald Reed? Yes, I did. Yes, and for whatever reason, somebody put in there, he was having a meeting, which shouldn't have never been. So I made the judgment soon, but I had a sign, and then we should. That day the comment on that. Alex, are you? I said it. I mean, you know,
But I
but
am-
how there's somebody.
Now, it should be on here too, right? She knew you were coming in.
He was,
I don't know, I gotta. Call the district clerk's office and find out who's the name.
Yeah, we got Robert. The ex, sounds real
Yeah,
scary.
it is. Your may I approach?
Yes.
We have a case where.
Yeah. Giving you- Like a mistaken identity or?
Sort of.
Who was assigned? Okay. Are you available to take an appointment? Ah, first. No problem.
Yeah, I'll do it, Joe. I should call her. She needs to know.
Joe Jimenez.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, this is the case where he's in custody in Corn City.
Yeah, I don't know where, but probably.
Yeah, that's what I have down, federal custody. So,
Yeah, I talked to Mr. Porter about it, Judge. I did get an email back from the federal prosecutor. They are proceeding with their case. And it would, the trial would be May 22nd.
okay,
And so that's where we're at with that at this point. I believe that they're gonna follow through with the felon in possession. We have an aggravated robbery. Is that right?
It's out of the
Yeah.
same.
Right, same incident. So I don't think we would not proceed on our case. So if they proceed on theirs, then we could get him after that.
All right, so you're saying his trial is May 22nd?
That's what they indicated with the last email, and they were supposed to keep me updated, and they haven't gotten back to me yet, so.
All right, so any objections to this being set sometime in late June?
No.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can I have a late June trial setting on Joe Jimenez?
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right.
Yeah, that one was easier. That in jail.
John, come on up.
I wasn't sure whether you're gonna be here today, but the magnolias are in full bloom.
Oh, wow. That's so great. Yeah, I love your magnolias.
Oh.
Here, and you can give that to your wife.
The what?
Give it to your wife. Never, I don't know why people.
Barricaded in here.
Oops,
I can reach you.
you got it, okay. All right, so what is happening with Miss Richards?
Miss Richards, has been offered the same deal that she was offered before she was turned it down.
All right, Miss Richards, come on up. And I'm sorry, John, if you could step back. That way I can see everybody. All right, the prosecutors on Samantha Richards. It's an aggravated robbery. All right. So, Ms. Richards, your plea deadline date has expired. You're requesting a jury trial?
Yes.
All right, so we don't have any jurors this week. Is that correct, Ms. Ferguson? So because of Fiesta, there are no jurors. I have no control over that.
I'm shocked.
All right, yeah. You're looking much better.
Yeah.
All right, so have you been doing classes, sober meetings?
I'm clean. I'm working with CPS, so yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, need a jury trial date. State how long you expect this trial to last?
Probably just a couple of days.
At least 3 years.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, it'll be for 3 days, family violence. June 12th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your jury trial date will be June 12th. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My client has asked me to again request that you consider giving her tracking only on her GPS. I told her I thought there was probably a waste of time, but
Yeah, no, I won't do that.
I didn't think you would.
Okay, thank you.
But I thought I'd bring it up.
Oh, sure. Have a good one.
Okay. Yeah.
Lana Ganal. All right, this was here for PTD. Where are we?
We have the contract in hand. We've just filled it out. We just have to turn it in.
All right, and that's going to be turned in today.
Yes, it will.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a PTD date.
Sorry. You can come back on the 22nd.
May.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form, then your excuse.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Judge, where it says case is reset until on this form, just use that May 2nd, 22nd date here.
I'm sorry, what?
It asks that we're requesting this case be reset due to PTD, and it asks as a blank for a date.
Oh, you'll have to talk to the prosecutors about that. I haven't filled that out.
Okay.
Yes. Go grab the file. There's no file.
Can we bring it in once?
Yeah, I was hoping to just, he's really resting. Oh, it's very true. So there's one thing that. Judge, can I approach when you have a minute?
Sure.
Thank you.
Norma,
Yes, ma'am.
can you have Melissa Christian, if she's in court, to come over? Just give me a moment.
Okay. So.
Jose Corona. All right, Mr. Corona. Has he already entered a plea?
He has, Your Honor. We were present last Monday. And Judge Angelini allowed us to recess this today.
All right. Court is calling 2022 CR 11173, State of Texas versus Jose Corona. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
for the defense?
Matthew Brown, Your Honor.
And are you Mr. Corona?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and it's my understanding that he previously entered a plea with Judge Angelini. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right, according to your plea bargaining agreement, punishments be assessed at 6 years in the prison and there's no application. And there are certain cases that are accepted, well, that are being taken in consideration. Are both parties ready to proceed with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then the court is finding you guilty based upon State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, which was previously reviewed by Judge Angelini. And I believe Judge Angelini also found that there was sufficient evidence to find you guilty and found you guilty. Court will sentence you to 6 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served, take in consideration the following cause number 2022 CR 11231, grand jury numbers 759-620, 776-211, and there's to be no contact with James Harlow, Harlow. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the bench.
Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question of what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Corona, I see that you were going to be subject to the full range of punishment if you didn't show up. It's rare that people will show up to go to prison. How old are you? 47. All right, you're going to have to change your ways. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in prison for a long time. You understand? All right, good luck to you, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. I need to file cause number 2022 CR 11231, and it's Jose Corona.
Okay.
You won't be in there tonight. Okay, come on. 2022, 11231. 2022. CR 11231.
All right, Ms. Pratt, who do you have?
I have Mr. Kung.
All right, Norman, can I see the file on Kong, C-U-N-G, on Kong? All right, we're looking for the file.
Okay.
Have you?
Let me help
conferred
you
with the
find
State? Have you had a chance to confer with the state?
It's, no, Judge, it's a plea.
Okay, they're trying to find a file. Just give us a moment.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, I'm gonna have to go back in here.
Okay. It's early voting today. Do they have voting downstairs or no?
Not sure, I haven't been on some.
Oh, wait a minute, they do. So I can run downstairs and vote. Yes, if you could do that, that would be great. And I think your client is having trouble with his audio as well.
Let me go help him, Judge.
All right, thank you. And everyone, I will be right back. Yes. Okay. Thank you. You know, they say you're not supposed to hold a sneeze in, but I'm like, okay.
I don't care too. I had to learn how to when I had kids.
Mhm,
Now I think I sneeze at my dad.
mhm.
Yeah.
I asked for him.
Okay. I just want to at least give them a little bit of it.
All right, here's here on one Ovilus. Good morning. How was your jury trial in the 186?
Oh, it was riveting.
Yeah. Hey, you're here, so that's good.
I made it.
Yeah. All right, so your client's plea deadline date has expired. My understanding is that he rejected the offer.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, State, how long do you expect this jury trial to last?
Your Honor, this may last into 3 to 4 days.
Okay. All right, we don't have any jury trials this week because of Fiesta. I have no control over us having jury trials, okay? Or having jurors for jury trials. Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset date for jury trial, 3 days, family violence. All right, we'll be back on June 12th for your jury trial.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, Ms. Ferguson. We'll give you a reset form. And Ms. Pratt, we're just waiting for an interpreter.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Pratt, is your client applying for deferred or regular probation?
Judge, it's gonna be a reduction misdemeanor deferred.
All right, it's going to be deferred.
Gloria Walters.
All right, could I see the parties on Donaldson?
Yes. Mr. Donaldson's not here. We thought he was set today, but he's not. But I've talked with.
No, he was supposed to be set today because it
Yes.
says motion for continuance granted. Reset April 24th.
Yes.
Sorry, Judge, to interrupt. He was supposed to have to come on the recall docket, but he was here for motions. So
Okay.
I haven't done this.
All right, so he can come tomorrow for motions.
Okay.
Does he need to be here to first have a hearing?
Okay, I just kind of wanted to talk to the board because I haven't really had this situation before. So I talked to Jason as well.
All right, if you all will whisper in the box, please.
On Friday about the issue. I've talked to my client about it, so I was just trying to kind of flesh it out off the record, I guess.
Okay, what's the issue?
Well, just so he had and still has cases pending in county court for that Jason was the judge on at that time.
Ah,
And so that's the only thing.
okay. Ah, okay. No, I see your issue.
And I didn't realize, I talked to my client Friday on a Zoom. He goes, well, that was my judge before. So I didn't.
No,
catch
but it sounds
before.
like he has, Mr. Garahan, it sounds like his client likes you though, because he was like, that was my judge. Oh.
Well,
Very nice to him.
I did ask him and my client did ask me to file this motion. So,
All right. So your client's not here. I think, legally, I think he can still handle this case because it's new. But if your client really wants it to be transferred out, I think it's better to transfer it out.
That's kind of what we were. That's what we sort of agreed, talked about, Judge.
Okay, so does he only have this one case?
Yes.
All right, so then, because legally, he's not entitled to a transfer, but in the big scheme of things, I'm fine with it being transferred because he was the judge. So I'll need your client here so I can do this.
Okay.
So if you can call him and have him Zoom in, we can do it.
He's in custody.
Oh. Is it possible to set up a Zoom over there or no?
Tomorrow or today,
For today, is that possible?
I can try to.
All right, let's see if we can,
Okay.
and then that way we can take care of it today.
Okay, thank you,
Sure.
Judge.
If we can't, we can't. Lisa Marie Garza.
Present, Judge.
All right, Ms. Garza. All right, today there is supposed to be an offer tendered and discovery.
We're still in the discovery process, to which the state obtained the medical records from SAMC. But we're still in the process of them trying to obtain the psychiatric records on the complainant. So I was going to ask for one more sitting so we can get that and then discuss an offer before I set up the trial. And I'm going to bring a hard drive over so they can make me a copy of the medical records.
All right, so do you have the complainant's psychological records?
We've been talking to the complainant's mother and we're working with her to get those records and to get her permission to release the records. So I need to follow up with her on that. It looks like we last talked to her on April 21st. So I need to follow up and see about getting those records. We do have the medical records from the offense date. Defense counsel is going to provide a hard drive tomorrow, so I'll get those to him tomorrow. And I'll follow up today on the other records for the complainant.
All right, I'm gonna recall this back in 3 weeks
Okay.
to see where we are with the complainant's records.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 3-week reset on Lisa Garza for discovery.
She can come back on May 18th.
All right, we'll see you back on May 18th. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Sabria Goldstone. Right. State, have you made an offer?
We have, Judge.
Okay.
It's for PTD. They've already filled out an application.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset for PTD.
Your Honor, Ms. Goldstone lives in Dallas, and as long as everything goes well with the pretrial diversion application, would it be all right if he appeared by Zoom at the next?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But y'all need to have that application filled out.
Yeah, it's filled out. We're gonna turn it in today.
All right.
Knocking it out.
All right, Ms. Ferguson.
May 22nd.
All right, May 22nd, and you're going to appear by Zoom. You're welcome. And Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. And Norma, can you make sure to put on there Zoom?
That'll work. Thank you.
All right, you're
Thank
welcome.
you,
Thank you. You're welcome. Alejandro Chapa. You're welcome.
I don't know where Mr. Luna is.
All right, let me text Mr. Luna. You don't mind my texting Mr. Luna?
No.
Okay,
I don't think I need them, Judge. I don't want to expert take this long.
okay, sure.
It's a.
And Mr. Brawback, just give us a moment. And I'll have to wade through this thick file to find out.
Here it is.
Ah,
Okay. I'll be here, you're all stars.
yeah. All right, so Mr. Lennon, I assume this is the case where, and this was well before my time, this is from 2016 and 17, where he went to jury trial, was found guilty on counts, sent to prison, and then the jury gave him probation on another count,
3 counts.
3 counts. All right, so I'm looking through the ginormous file to find the judgment.
The actual relevant counts
Mhm.
that remain outstanding that he hasn't, the probation hasn't expired on, are counts 1, 3, and 11.
Okay, counts 1, 3, and 11.
They're all counts of sexual assault.
Mhm.
Count 1 is 10-year sentence suspended. Count 3 is 8-year
Okay,
suspended sentence. I'm sorry,
Opinion.
I got it wrong. Count 1 is 6 years. Count 3 is 10 years. Count 11 is 8 years.
okay, 6, 10, and 8.
Correct.
All right, just give me a moment and then we will go on the record. Before we do that, have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
I have, Judge, and what I'm respecting requesting, Judge, is actually like a 2-week continuance, because I talked to David Lunan out of the hall, and I have some legal issues
Okay,
that out of all my years of experience, I haven't known exactly what the court can and cannot do.
well, welcome to the 187, where we always have novel cases.
And I asked David a question because I figured he knew everything. He said that's a good question. So what I would like to do, Judge, is do some research on my own as to what we can and cannot argue, and what we can and cannot, where this all fits in the big scheme of things. And I know Mr. Lynn wanted to look at that issue also.
All right, so what I'll do, you all are asking for 2 weeks.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right, I'm gonna give you 3 weeks. So when you come in 3 weeks, you can't say we need more time because I've given you more than you've asked for. All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 3-week reset on Alejandro Chapa. Oh, she's not here? Oh, that's true. Let me look it up. I'll give you your date. All right, are you all okay with May 15th?
Yes, Judge.
And
All right, Deputy Laura, could you have me, or either, Adriana, could you have me a reset form? And Bashan, is there anything that you need from them? Does he need to be checking in? Because technically he's on probation.
Which is part of the issue. When he did, they said, well,
Right, so it wouldn't be,
I mean, just so people will know where he is and not.
just
be
so the
wondering.
court does know he has already registered as the law requires.
and he's been really responsive for any phone calls that I've made to him and emails.
I don't know how long he's been out now, but it's been a matter of months, and he should be reporting in person, I presume, once a month.
He was released on February 24th.
All right, so we'll count today then as a reporting day. And then when we come back in May, that'll be another reporting day. So we'll count today as your day of reporting. Is everybody okay with that? Because it sounds like they're technically not accepting him because technically he hasn't been placed on probation.
Technically, he has.
Well, I mean, by the jury, but
The judge had him complete conditions of probation. There are conditions of probation filled out here. It's just they didn't ask him to do much but report because he was going immediately to prison.
oh, that's been done by a previous judge. Then why are we?
My understanding is that there's other conditions that the state wants to add to what. Other than
And
reporting.
those are research items.
Well, it's not just the conditions, it's gonna be the length and whether he's already. Finished with probation. Such as the 6-year probation, if he was to violate that, he's already done 6 years. Or can the court turn around and say to the full long, I'm gonna stack you with these other counts.
Okay. All right, well, we will see what is happening. And I'll see you back on the 15th.
3 weeks, and
All
I'll
right.
tie on the judge.
Oh, I understand.
I'll have loafers and jeans.
Okay.
That's funny.
All right.
We approach it off documentary.
Just a moment, Mr. All right, just give me 1 second.
Maybe the excuse you have to put it on.
Yes. Just 1 second, Judge.
That would be him also. That's the call. Yeah, that's what the shoe was. That's family.
All right, and who's the attorney on Paul Donaldson? Could somebody have Matthew Allen come back? Norma, good work. Oh, she's back there working her miracle. All right, where did Michael DeLeon go?
Here, Judge.
Hi. I can't see with my glasses. Hi.
The glasses are supposed to be.
Yeah. What's going on?
Judge, off docket matter.
I want to see how the court handles it. I've got a client, Oscar Martinez, he's got a murder, it's a party to a murder. It's bonded, I believe currently is 200,000. We're gonna ask for a reduction.
Okay.
On it, and checked with Mr. Garahan, he said that he was, as a matter of principle, opposed.
Yeah.
Which makes
Oh,
sense.
just file a motion and we'll hear it.
Okay, but when we get it set?
Oh, is your, speak with Norma and see if Mr. Garahan is okay with waiving notice and you're okay, we can bring it tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, that can work.
Sure,
Let me double check with
sure.
Garahan. When he comes back. Sounds good. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Norma in the back.
All right, and Deputy Laura, this is on the back case. Jesse Rabago. All right, and where's Jesse Rabago?
He's right here, Your Honor.
Oh, hello. So have you had a chance to confer with the state?
Yes. Oh, not the state, but it took one step back for me, Jesse.
All right, defense, have you conferred with the state?
Yes, Your Honor. I've spoken to the state. In this case, he's picked up 2 new number ones and he's gotten an appointed lawyer on those 2 new number ones. It's going to be Kevin Collins. And Mr. Rabago is not able and not wanting to hire me on the 2 new cases. So I think it'll be best that Mr. Collins take over this case so we can get a package deal on everything. And
All right,
work
let's
with
see if we can recall this for tomorrow and have all attorneys here.
That'll be fine, Your Honor. And we'll have our motions filed before then.
All right.
Thank
So, Mr. Rabago, what we're going to do is we're going to bring you back tomorrow. And we'll have the other attorney who's been appointed on your new cases to show up as well. All right. Is there anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Deputy Laura, so on Jesse Rabago, that's going to be for tomorrow.
Mr. Bobby, just have some back.
Okay.
Yes, excuse me. What do you need? All right, so let me explain something. All right, so let me explain something to you. I said, let me explain something to you. We try to see what's happening, right? So we're going to try to get your attorney here. And then once your attorney shows up, your attorney will be able to explain that to you. I don't know what's going on with your bondsman or what happened because that's a contract between you and your bondsman, but we'll see if we can get your attorney here, okay?
Hello, Your Honor, this is your chin interpreter.
Just one moment, please.
All right, thank you.
All right, so Jess, here's the thing. I understand your situation, but I want you to internalize what I'm saying to you. We are trying to get your attorney here. There's absolutely nothing I can do about whatever your bondsman chose to do. You understand? All right, so just be patient. We're going to try to get your attorney here. That's the only thing that I can do. All right? You're welcome. Norma Rabago is coming back tomorrow. And on Rabago, we need the attorneys who've been appointed on his new #1 cases. All right, and then the interpreter, Ms. Pratt.
Yes, Judge.
I'm going to open the breakout rooms. I'm assuming that you need to see the interpreter. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right, I'm going to move you in #1 and your client in #1 and the interpreter will go in #1 as well. And where did the interpreter go? Oh, no. Who's the interpreter? Where are you, please? He just left. All right, Norma, can you call the interpreter back, please?
Which interpreter?
I don't know. was here and he left the screen.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know why they call them exotic languages. Why must a language be exotic? Why isn't English an exotic language? Or are they just saying our language? Are they saying the English language is just common? Why did you call them common languages and uncommon languages?
Because it's so widespread.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Broadback, who do you have?
Judge, I have Mr. Montemarano. He's in detention in Guadalupe County.
All right, as soon as he logs in, we'll take care of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. Kong, if you'll go to number 1. All right, Mario Miranda.
Make sure that you print it out.
Who's here on Mario Miranda?
You said Miranda?
Yes.
That is me, Your Honor.
All right, Mario Miranda. Where is Mario Miranda?
I was asking the same question.
All right, let me see.
He was in my office Saturday, Judge. He needed to be here.
Okay. Let me see if he ever showed up.
He's on the recall, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, court is calling 2023 CR 0683, State of Texas versus Mario Miranda. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Ruben Herrera for the state.
Defense.
Michael J. Sark, the defendant.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 10:01 a.m. Defense, have you had any contact with your client?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Right.
It's been since Saturday.
All right, state.
Your Honor, would be asking for a bond forfeiture.
All right, that'll be granted and your client will be remanded without bond. If your client makes an appearance, the court will reconsider.
Your Honor, thank you very much for consideration. Might be excused.
Yes, you may be excused. Thank you. And Mr. Sawyer, if your client shows up, we'll give you a call.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Who's here on Alex Oridon or Oridon?
President Judge,
And where's your client?
he's right there.
Why was he late?
Oh, I don't know that he was late.
All right, let me look and see.
I was in oh, he was in the other courtroom, Judge. He has his county court 5 case set today too. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, what's happening with this case?
Your Honor, I've conferred with the prosecutor and at this time we do not have an agreement. So. I was
All right.
on-
Do you have all the discovery?
I do, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 2-week reset on Alex Arredondo. I'm sorry, I keep adding syllables to your name that are not that. Ardoin?
Ardoin.
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 Yes.
Right, that sounds like something from Star Wars. Ardoin. All right, I'm gonna remember that. All right, what date, Ms. Ferguson?
I can do May 8th.
All right, we'll be back on May 8th. At that time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. If you choose not to accept the offer, then your plea deadline date will have expired and the court will not consider any offers without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Ardoin. Got it.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
May we be excused?
After you sign the reset
Oh.
form. Ardoin. Who's here on Javier Medina?
That would be me.
All right, if we could, where's your client? All right, Mr. Medina, if you'll come forward. Just 1 second. Who is Julia S, please? I don't, you know, the things that people put on this, she's doing the 3 fingers like it's, isn't that the sign from Mockingjay or something? Or is that 2 fingers? Is it 2 fingers or 3? Yeah. I mean, what is she up for something from her village? Julia,
I'm just here as an interpreter for Hakachin.
all right, I'm going to send you to breakout room number 1.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so good morning. What is happening with Mr. Medina on this possession less than a gram case?
If you'll remember, Mr. Medina left in the middle of trial. Then picked up again,
Ah, he did leave in the middle of trial.
and I've been talking with the state, and they say that they're still willing to tender a reduction to 1244 again. If you're satisfied with these.
Well, I don't want to know what the plea is. Like, what are we doing with this case?
Well, I expect it to be pleaded.
All right, then once you all work out the plea.
We are.
All right, thank you. All right, Paul Donaldson, I see him listed on the Zoom.
I think it was gonna be a few minutes, he might not be on Zoom yet, Judge. They'll probably just log into Zoom.
All right, he'll appear on the Zoom in just a moment. James Lopez.
Judge.
Good morning. And you're supposed to be on this side. All right, who's for the state on James Lopez? It's a
You're handed the plea, so.
possession case. Court is calling 2022 CR 11174, State of Texas versus James Lopez. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Here's a Your Honor.
for the defense?
Carl Alexander for Mr. Lopez.
And are you Mr. Lopez?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you entered a plea to count 1, and you were to be sentenced to 60 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244. Did you understand that to be the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court then will find you guilty, sentence you to 60 days in the Bexar County Jail under 12.44, give you credit for any time served. And is that a judgment satisfied or no?
No, Judge, he actually has to go into custody.
All right. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Sure.
All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Lopez, how old are you?
56.
All right, you're in the same boat I'm in. We're in the twilight of our life. There's more of our life behind us than in front of us, unless we're planning on living past 100. I don't know if I want to do that or not. We'll see how things shake out, but you're going to have to change your life. Otherwise, you're going to look up and find a lot of your life wasted going to jail and going to prison. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
There are plenty of places. If you need drug rehabilitation, there are plenty of places that are free. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Judge, I don't know if the Benjamin took on the record. So count 1 was 1 to 4, but the state proceeded on a lesser,
Yes.
less than a gram. I don't know if I got to note it or not.
Yeah, that's in there.
Okay, perfect.
He wrote it.
Thank you.
All right, this one they're working on a plea. Ms. Pratt?
Yes, Judge, we're just waiting on the plea paperwork. The interpreter is there and they've spoken, so we just need to go for it.
All right, state on Kong, they need the plea paperwork. All right, thank you. They're doing the paperwork now, so you should be receiving it.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, yes. Yes. And you're looking very festive. But you're missing this.
right now.
I love your Fiesta medals. Which
They
ones
are
are?
actually both St. Anthony de Padua.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
They
I was
look great.
digging this morning and that's what I came up with.
Oh, this is what I wanted to see if you had any objections to that, because I know sometimes, even though I know for appeal.
Oh, yes, no.
Okay.
No. Did you need me to sign off?
No. I just wanted to make sure
Okay,
in case there was something that was going to come up.
okay. And Judge, do you do your own bond reductions or do you send them to Judge Carruthers?
Usually I'll send them to Nahara. It depends on
Oh, okay,
how
yes,
busy
I
we
heard
are.
that he was an auctioneer.
Yes, it depends on how busy we are. If we're not busy, then we'll do them.
Okay, because I have a setting this morning, I'm sorry to take up your time, but I have a setting this morning on motions on Sergio Garcia.
Mhm.
I think Lindsay and I can work that all out.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. And this is going to be a plea. And I'm sorry, Mr. Broadback, who do you have?
Judge, I have Joseph Montemorano. And he has a case in the 187th Court. He's in detention in Guadalupe County. I had filed a motion to set bond for him in the 187th and to lift his bench warrant.
All right, so we're just waiting for him to be zoomed in.
I hope they zoom him in. I don't know if they will or not.
Well, they said 9:15, so we'll see what's happening.
Okay, if they don't zoom in, Judge, in 30 minutes, may I be excused?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Broadback, if you would like to zoom out, and what we can do is we can wait till he comes and give you a call.
Okay, that's good. And I can always come by your court too.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, and Judge, I want to contact you on another matter on the visit, if I can talk about it. Or I can give Norma a note. The Namibians will be here on May 17th. I want to contact you about meeting with us again.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you,
All right.
Judge. I'll zoom out then.
Okay. Vicky's personal, who are you? Norma, do you know who Vicky is?
back in interpreting?
No, the interpreter is already in the breakout room.
Yeah, the fight to go on. Yeah.
Yes, I did know that.
Yes.
On a theft enhanced case, it's. We have really old judgments. I have one of the old judgments from 1982. I don't have the 1991 judgment. So are you okay with just the printout of the criminal history? Or do you prefer?
If the defense doesn't have any objection, we can proceed.
Yeah.
Just one moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is probably free.
Oh, you're gonna be on it, y'all. Yeah.
Yeah. That should be on there. Oh, even though. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, yeah, no, I can definitely.
Matthew Allen. Your client is here. You're welcome. Could I see the parties on Donaldson? State on Donaldson. All right, court, if I could have everyone please whisper. Court is calling 2019 CR 10116, State of Texas versus Paul Donaldson. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett, Your Honor.
Defense.
Matthew Allen for Mr. Donaldson.
Are you Mr. Donaldson? All right, Mr. Donaldson, I'm sending you a request asking you to unmute yourself. Are you able to do that? All right, do you have a space bar on the keyboard? It's the longest bar. If you hold that down, please.
That was the last.
All right, hold it down. Don't take your finger off it. Are you Mr. Donaldson?
I am.
All right, any objections to Mr. Donaldson appearing by video state? Defense?
No objections.
Mr. Donaldson, your attorney has filed a motion to transfer this case from this court due to the fact that the first chair prosecutor who is prosecutor on this case was your judge on the misdemeanor cases, which potentially could be used as punishment. Do you have any objections to the transfer?
No, Your Honor.
Any objections, state?
So my grandpa.
All right, then your case will be transferred.
My dad drive.
All right, thank you, Mr. Donaldson.
Thank you.
Thank
We're through.
Yes. All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you let them know Mr. Donaldson can go back? He's 14A. Mr. Harris? Okay. All right, who's here on Robert Alvarez? Where's Mr. Alvarez? All right, Mr. Alvarez, if you'll come down, please. All right, all the parties who are behind the court reporter, I'm going to need you to stop speaking. Otherwise, you need to go to the other end. Court is calling 2023 CR 0168C, State of Texas versus Robert Alvarez. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Lindsay Shaw for the state.
Defense?
Douglas Cameron.
Are you Mr. Alvarez?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Alvarez, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Alvarez, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of burglary of a habitation theft? That's a second-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses? Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes,
Mr. Alvarez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? I'm sorry?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishments be assessed at a cap of 5 in the state, in the prison, and the state is being silent on your applications. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense is at the plea.
yes, ma'am.
State is at the plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there many such motions?
No, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State any evidence?
The state offers states exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, and state you may continue to confirm. All right, Mr. Alvarez, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports but most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
In your honor.
I need to review them.
Okay.
All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court would defer finding you guilty as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Is there something you wanted to say?
Your Honor, part of the agreement was that all the cases would be TIC except 2 burglary of vehicles that we will be pleading on. Be JSAT at a later date. Whatever.
All right, so that's not in your plea. It's not written in the document.
Hopefully the VA said we could just put it on the record.
No.
Judge, it wasn't as part of the plea agreement, but I did tell defense that after the defendant is sentenced, I will take care of the rest of those cases.
All right.
Sounds great.
Well, what I will tell you all, contracts, law school, parole evidence rule. This is it. So, Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset date for sentencing. All right, we'll be back on June 8th. That's the earliest they can give us. And at that time, I'll make a decision on your application. All right, is there a need for a TAP evaluation?
There was a prescription issue from a previous major injury. So.
All right, that'll be a TAP evaluation of PSI.
And Your Honor, I got a vacation letter out that.
On June 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, when will you be back?
12.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, what day can we give this? Council is going to be on vacation.
June 15th.
All right, June 15th.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Should you have a seat, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Roberts? He was calling.
Okay.
Alexander Castro. Who's the attorney for Alexander Castro? All right. All right, so. Let me find him on the docket. All right, so we're here for discovery. It says all discovery received then on April 24th today. State is to make an offer. Defendant will tender information to their expert. So has that been done?
Not entirely, Your Honor. Apparently, we had a glitch with e-discovery because the videos were so large that we need to bring a hard drive to the state to download. It was too big for the system.
When is that going to be done?
Relatively soon, Your Honor. I just need to get the hard drive and get it over to the state.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, recall this in 2 weeks.
Judge, can we do a slightly longer than that? I'm going to be gone for a week in between them or going to Big Bend.
All right, does Big Ben want you in Big Ben?
They do.
Have they asked for you to, have I seen a formal request or key to the city? You gonna give me the key?
Well, it's the state part.
Oh, well, I mean, do the animals want you there? Are you gonna be one of those people who are filmed going up to animals, touching them, and then shocked when they attack you?
Yeah. I'm gonna be one of the ones where the dog is barking, telling me
Okay.
there's an animal over.
Yeah. I'm always like, don't kill the animal for being an animal because somebody decided to touch the animal. Thank you. All right, so when are you going to be in Big Bend?
Till the middle of the first week of May.
First week of when?
Of May.
All
Come
right.
back that into that week.
Also, the first week in May is May 5th.
Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow, Wednesday morning and gone to.
All right, till May 5th, right?
I think it's the 4th or the 5th, yes, ma'am.
All right. So Ms. Ferguson, can you set this the week of the 8th, May 11th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset. Yes. Von Starvin. All right, I will tell you, the people who are on the docket today are putting the attorneys to shame with their dress.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all they say. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what is happening on this case?
We have, I believe, successfully completed discovery. We have received a plea offer today from the state. So I guess we just need some time to go over that with Mr. Spear.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. Can you bring this back on the 11th as well? All right, we'll see you back on the 11th. That's your plea deadline date, Mr. Skirvin. Who's here on Tomas Silvas?
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, you're on the other side, counsel. And probation, this is not a probation case.
No.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 3995, State of Texas versus Tomas Silvas. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state
Lindsay Shaw for the state.
defense?
Isidro Montoya, Your Honor, Mr. Silva.
Are you Mr. Silvas? Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Silvas. I'm going to show you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Silvas, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand you're charged with the offense of theft under $2,500 enhanced? All right, off the record for a moment. Ms. Pratt, have you finished with all the documents?
Judge, I'm trying. Can I be granted privileges to share screen?
Yes, just one moment. Oh, she left before I could do it. Hi, Ms. Pratt, I just need to give you permission while you're in the main room. All right. And you can go back to the room 1. All right, we're back on the record. Did you understand you're charged with the offense of theft under $2,500 enhanced? That's a state jail felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Mr. Silvas, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
Oh, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you all doing this as a
We
1244?
are, Judge. I think as you're reading that, I realized I didn't check that off on the paperwork.
All right, any objections to the court checking that?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, according to the plea bargain agreement, you're to be sentenced to 35 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244. There are no applications and there's to be no contact with marshals. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense, is that the plea?
That is agreement. Yes.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence?
Yes, ma'am. The state offers States Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objections, Judge.
Mr. Silvas, I'm showing you what's entitled Wavering Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence States Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right. After reviewing State's Exhibits 1 attachments, the court will find you guilty. Why should I accept this plea?
Your Honor, we're asking the court to give him the recommendation, to accept the recommendation, Judge. He also has a blue warrant, Judge. As soon as he gets resolved here, the case will be sent to parole hearing set in 2 weeks.
I mean, and that parole hearings are for state jail felonies?
I believe.
What are they for?
State, TC time.
All right. So again, why should I go with 35 days? Is this a judgment satisfied?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, why should I give him a judgment satisfied when he won't stop stealing?
Your Honor, this is one, hopefully this will be in his past, he's 52 years old, Judge. He wants to move on with his life. And again, after he resolves his parole hearing, he'll.
I'm not going to give him a judgment satisfied because I can tell you what's going to end up happening with this parole hearing. What's going to end up happening, they're going to see this as a judgment satisfied, and then they will do whatever they do. Who knows? It may be a continue on parole, but I'm not giving him a judgment satisfied when he won't stop stealing. And it's not, I can understand people are stealing food, but I don't understand people taking cologne and they're just driving around and decide, hey, let's go, steal from this location.
And I believe, Judge, he wasn't actually, he was just the driver, I'm assuming.
No, he wasn't the driver.
I don't remember that all.
They have S2 as the driver. Oh, that is you.
Yes, Judge.
So. But it says S2, the driver, advised that he was giving S1 and S3 a ride for gas money and stated that it was a bad choice taking them to hit a lick, which is street terminology for a theft. So it's not like he's just giving somebody a ride and he doesn't know that they're going in a store to steal.
Yes, Judge. And again, only because that's why we agreed to that 35 days, Judge.
Okay, I'm not going to give him a judgment satisfied. So if you all want to agree on a different time for him, then the court will consider it. But I'm not giving him a judgment satisfied when he won't stop stealing. And it's not like he's stealing food.
Okay, Judge. Any time frame that you're thinking about, Your Honor?
More than 35 days.
Okay, Judge. I'll let the court know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I mean, I would give him 6 months.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
And Deputy Laura, we're on Festivus rules today.
Tomorrow are fiestas.
Yes. All right, Christopher Davis. Who's here for Christopher Davis? All righty, so where are we on discovery?
Your Honor, defense counsel has informed me apparently on Verific, he's been getting this error message for everything. So I'm printing him off some hard copies of reports. There is a lot of digital evidence in this case. I was able to speak with the feds and give Mr. Behrens a package offer from the state and the feds today. But I am still going through what exactly in the digital evidence I can provide to defense and what I cannot.
All right, because I showed the last time on March 28th, it was said that the FBI was contacted.
Yes.
So you
yes.
have all that.
Yes, and I've also spoken to the AUSA's office as well.
All right.
Judge, just to clarify on the discovery issue I was having is when I first did 2 times I attempted to download it. It normally when it's ready, it will say download, and 2 times it said manual. I called the IT and they said, you must have asked for it that way. I said, I don't even know what that way is. I just do what I always do. So they said, we'll try it again. So I tried it again, and this time it came back and what said download, but when you go to download, there's nothing there. And it's got a $sign icon, and when you look in the legend, it says it's too voluminous. The state will print it and they'll contact you. Well, I didn't have any contact by anybody.
Well, doing some further research, I found out they've been using an email for me that's about 15 years old that I don't even use. And
All
I
right,
get all my
Miss-
other notices at my regular email, so.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, 3-week reset for discovery. And then after that, it's going to be a quick turnaround for plea deadline date.
May 18th.
All right, we're going to come back on May 18th for discovery.
Alvarez.
Yes.
On Mr. Sivas, talked to him extensively. Would you consider 6 months with 444?
Yes.
One was it? Yeah.
Who's here on Michael Douglas? Court is calling 2023 CR 0939, State of Texas versus Michael Grant Douglas. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett, Your Honor.
Defense?
Joseph Lassen, good afternoon, good morning still.
Are you Mr. Douglas?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Douglas, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I'm sorry, just one moment. There's also an application here, a separate application for community
I
supervision.
just filled it out, Your Honor, just in case.
Okay,
I had a feeling it was trash.
all right. All right, Mr. Douglas, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
I did.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Douglas, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? All right, just one moment. So there's only an application for community supervision, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is no deferred adjudication.
All right, did you understand you're charged with the offense of felon in possession of a firearm as a third-degree felony?
Yes, ma'am.
Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
You believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Douglas, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
According to plea, punishments be assessed at 6 years in the prison. There's a $500 fine, no application for deferred adjudication. State recommends community supervision, and they will take in consideration JN 2099230. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
I did.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 6 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 150 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State Exhibit number 1 with all of its attachments.
All right, they're not in.
Is actually in the waiting area?
No, there's,
Don't be locked off.
all right, there's nobody in the waiting area.
That's what Caroline just told me, but
Julia S. is in the Zoom with them. Okay,
State Exhibit number 1 with all of its attachments, Your Honor.
any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, did you get all of that on the record, the side chatter? We wanted that on the record. I'm just joking. All right, Mr. State, you may continue to confer.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Mr. Douglas, I'm showing you what's entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
No, I did.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and judgments, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Honor, this was an unfortunate incident in which he was being followed by his wife in his wife's car, and the firearm was in a bag in the trunk, unaware from my client. That's the reason why he is pleading guilty today, so that he can put this past him and move forward. He's working and he's learned a lot since this incident. That is.
Wait a minute, you're saying that he was being followed by his wife?
His wife was in a separate car. It's in the report, Your Honor.
Okay.
She was following him, and he was driving, and then he got stopped by the police for running a red light. And he's working, and he is really learned from this first incident.
All right, he didn't learn from his prison time because we're here.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it seems like everything with him happens in January. Maybe you should spend the entire month of January inside your house.
No, ma'am. I was going through with my wife. The bag is actually the guy she was seeing.
Well, I mean, it says he threw it out the car.
No,
I mean, they're drug paraphernalia. That's what it
yes.
says, was thrown out
The
of the
drug
car.
paraphernalia, the firearm was in the trunk of the car.
Yeah.
Unbeknownst to my client, he didn't know that it was in the trunk of the car. It was his wife's car.
Oh. So you want a jury trial?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
Positive for marijuana. That's it.
All right, why are you using drugs?
I cut trees down and it just relaxes me after a day of work. It's
When's
more
the-
medicinal than social. I'm not out smoking weed with everybody.
When's the last time you used?
Last night.
Okay, why would you use marijuana when you know you're coming to court the next day? That's not somebody who's made changes, counsel.
I understand.
You're gonna have to start making better decisions, otherwise you're going to prison.
I understand that completely.
All right. And how much time did you, last time you went to prison?
I did 10.
Yeah. Was that a fun time?
No, I'm not trying to go back ever. The gun, it didn't belong to me. It was her guy
What?
she was seeing, and I was trying to get my car back, the car that she owns. We're married.
What do you want a jury trial? Again, that's what I asked you. All right, so are you still with your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor, they've worked out a lot of their issues, and they have reconciled.
I moved to another state. We went through a lot.
What state
North Carolina,
and which county?
Robinson.
All right, here's the thing about relationships. This is me giving you some advice. If you decided to forgive someone for their indiscretions, you can't bring it up during arguments.
That's fine.
So if you all have not worked through that, it's just sitting in the corner waiting to come out whenever it comes out.
Now, we're in counseling and everything. We legitimately trying to move past it. We have moved past it. It's just this hold up on this case that I have in front of me.
All right, do y'all have any children?
I have a child that doesn't belong to me, that's hers,
All right, how old is the child?
13.
And that's the only child you have?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what is your employment? What do you do?
I cut down trees. I'm an arborist. I do some contract work for Cleanscapes right now. I'm working for Andy's Landscape, but I also do work for MTX. I have a pretty good name in the landscaping field out there in San Antonio.
So what's the problem with magnolia trees when they're just like not blooming?
Magnolia trees that won't bloom.
Yeah.
Probably need to put a little coffee in there, get a little fertilizer. They could be sick.
All right. And if they're sick, what are they usually?
I stop by the apartment, I cut them down.
Oh,
Tear
so
'em
you
up,
go out and
yeah.
you kill trees?
Yes. I can identify a few, areas, but
Okay.
I knock them down.
All right. This is what the court is going to do. So you actually live in North Carolina right now?
No, I'm a Texas resident.
Okay, well, what are you saying you all are in North Carolina now?
We went through a whole separation, me and my wife did, through this whole ordeal. I left Texas. We went through counseling, I come back,
Oh, so now you're back in Texas.
yes, I'm a resident of Texas. It was just a temporarily.
All right, the court will sentence you to 6 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 5 years. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want him tested for levels. And we can do a MIC evaluation. Take in consideration take in consideration JN 2099230. 150 hours community service restitution. I'm going to order parenting classes with Triple P. Once he's completed that, the community service hours will be satisfied. Proof of employment within 15 days. There should be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Field visits 1 time per month for 3 months. If there are no issues, probation, you can continue field visits however you deem necessary. There's a $500 fine that will be probated. Probation, is there anything else? All right, is there anything else you need from me?
No, ma'am.
All right, and probation, when he does his first UA, if he's positive for anything other than marijuana, we'll do a TAP evaluation. And if the TAP is requesting intensive outpatient treatment, we'll start with outpatient treatment. If they're requesting inpatient treatment, we'll start with intensive outpatient treatment. Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
Some freedom.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna show you what's entitled trial court certification. Yes. I'm gonna show you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
I do.
All right, because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question about what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
I do.
All right, we can go off the record. You're gonna have to do better. Good luck to you. I hope your relationship works out.
It will.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe step back, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Tomas Silvas.
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
So are you all in agreement to 6 months?
6 months, Judge, and we're asking the court to consider 1244.
I'm sorry, what?
Consider 1244, Judge.
Okay. All right, we're back on the record in 2000. And I'm sorry, if you all can initial that, please.
He's gonna come over.
Oh, awesome. I'm glad it went well. Okay. Yes, if he could initial it too. Thank you. All right, Mr. Silva, you've agreed to 1244 to be sentenced to 6 months in the Bear County Jail under 1244. Is that correct? All right, is that the agreement state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court will sentence you to 6 months in the Bear County Jail under 1244. Give you credit for any time served. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. You understand? All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Silvers, was that tattoo painful?
Yes, it was.
All right, why didn't you stop? Or you just said, hey,
I wasn't thinking about it, ma'am.
okay. All right, you're gonna have to do better with your life. You understand? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge. May we be excused? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Who's here on Lindsay Pierce? It was 2022 CR 3995. Court is calling 2022 CR 5919, State of Texas versus Lindsay Pierce. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Travis Banks, of the State of Texas.
Defense?
Jason Todd for Ms. Pierce.
And are you Lindsay Pierce?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Pierce, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it? Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, no, the state will make a motion to proceed on a lesser included assault, bodily injury, Class A misdemeanors.
Any objection?
There's no objection to that, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Pierce, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault bodily injury as a Class A misdemeanor? Range of punishment is anywhere for, up to 1 year in the Bear County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to a $4,000 fine and up to 1 year in the Bear County Jail? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
She has, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Ms. Pierce, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on the Class A misdemeanor assault bodily injury. There's a $500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. There's restitution, if any, to Brandy, B-A-R-A-N-D-I, Zamora, and Brett, B-R-E-T-T, Aguilar, and the APSC course. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
That is correct, Your Honor.
State? State.
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
There were not, Your Honor.
Showing you outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 2 years. There be 50 hours community service restitution, no harm for or injurious contact with Brandy Zamora and Brett Aguilar. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the lesser included offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Mr. Honor, statement for State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments.
There's no objections to that, Your Honor.
All right, state you may continue to confer. I'm going to show you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witness statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, after reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you want to explain to me what happened? And why I should even consider making this a no harm for injurious contact?
There were a lot of things leading up to this point in time. He was still my husband. I had a 3-week-old baby and 2 younger kids. And at night I had gone over to drop off my daughter's medication and things kind of spiraled out of control and I did not make the best decisions that night. And since then, he's now my ex-husband. We worked very hard to get past all of that. We co-parent wonderfully for our 3 children and have a great relationship for the 2 of us. And I think I can speak for him and I both, and we just want all of this behind us so we can continue moving forward.
So where's Brandy in all of this?
They split up, I believe, in September.
So is that the reason why things are going great for you guys? Because she's not in the picture anymore?
Partially, he's able to be a better father and a co-parent, and he was not at the time.
All right. See, I don't understand what people don't understand. When you're in a relationship and you break up, even if you have children, that person can date whomever they want to date. If you think that person is not an appropriate person, that's what the court systems are for. It's not for you to go in breaking windows, injuring yourself, and then having your child know about all this. And I guarantee you, no matter how young your child was at the time, your child knew that there was chaos and trauma going on in her life. So what I can tell you is I'm doing a no contact with Brett Aguilar and Brandy Zamora. And if she wants to have contact or he wants to have contact, then they're gonna have to come into court to tell me that that's what they want.
And I appreciate that, Your Honor. We have gone through this in pretrial, and I think we have resolved it pretrial with, as far as Brett, but with Brandy, there's no issue with the no contact. I think what we brought up.
No, I mean,
What-
have we had a ruling
Yes,
prior allowing her to have contact with him?
For purposes of the children, yes, Your Honor. But if I believe, Judge, if you were to set this for a sentencing, that he would come in, this is not an issue. This is, they took a trip to get, one of their daughters is, they had a Make-A-Wish trip, Your Honor.
Yes.
And this is that case.
Okay, I see it in here. State agrees that upon return to Bear County on January 2023, the no contact order is to be restored, with the exception that the defendant may contact the complainant by phone, in video, and may only have in-person contact for the sole limited purpose of child exchange.
And that's what, if we could have another setting, he would come in. That won't be an issue, Your Honor.
All right, well, I'm gonna make my ruling now, and then if you all want to bring him in later, you can.
Okay, may we get that date today then with the court? Just get a setting?
Oh, no, I'm gonna do my sentencing now, and then you all can come back on a whatever date you want to come in, and I'll hear that issue with regards to that.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
That's perfect.
All right, are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do?
I do outside sales for an oil and gas company.
Okay. All right, the court will sentence you to 2 years deferred adjudication and states you're not asking for an affirmative finding of family violence.
No, Your Honor, no affirmative finding is being.
All right, there's a $500 fine to be probated. There's to be restitution, if any, to Brandy Zamora and Brett Aguilar. There's to be no contact with Brandy Zamora. There's to be no contact with Brett Aguilar, with the exception of child custody exchange. Proof of employment within 15 days. There should be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There is to be regular UAs. And is there going to be any alcohol problem or any drug issues with you?
No, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Abrams, I'm going to want a UA today. 50 hours of community service restitution, parenting classes. Once she's completed parenting classes, then the 50 hours will be satisfied, and the APSE course. Probation, is there anything else she needs? Yes, let's do field visits. One time per month for 2 months. And if there are no issues, they can be discontinued or continued as probation sees fit. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm sure you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. We can go off the record. Whatever your issues are with the partner that you're with or that you have children with, you can't let those issues tumble over into your parenting. Because then guess what? Whatever child you had who's a witness of that, they're experiencing the same trauma and they don't need that. All right, good luck to you. And probation, we'll do a UA today.
It would be excused, Your Honor, except for the UA and.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Herbert King.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello.
Monica Godetto is in federal court. We're wondering if we can recall this to when she's back. And Herbert King is present.
All right,
If-
and does she have the information? Because the defense was to provide information that defendant's ex has made contact and that complainant has contacted the defendant. So that's why we were here. He was going to provide information that his ex has been contacting him and that the complainant's ex has been contacting him.
There is some partial information we obtained. Herbert King obtained it himself. I
Okay.
forwarded it to Monica, but she's in Del Rio.
Okay.
And we're wondering if we can recall the case to May 2nd.
All right, can we recall it tomorrow?
If it's the court's, if the court orders it, I will let Monica get out on that.
All right, so let's come back tomorrow. All right, we'll be back tomorrow, okay? Thank you. Ms. Ferguson, can I get a reset on Mr. King for tomorrow?
Yes.
These are Roberto Mendoza Perez. All right, so an offer was to be tendered today?
Yes, sir. We do have an offer. He bonded out, I believe, just last, on Friday, a few days ago. He would request just 2 weeks to sit down with Mr. Kalfas to review the offer to make a decision on that.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 2-week reset on Mendoza for plea deadline date.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Mendoza, plea deadline date. 2 weeks. It's Roberto Mendoza Perez.
We can do it the May 11th. Judges.
All right, we'll come back on May 11th. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Thank you.
And Ms. Ferguson, for some reason on the sheet, it shows that he's in custody, but he's out.
Yeah.
Welcome. Are you out because you did what is it? Shawshank? Are people going to go back to the cell and find a poster?
I should say bond.
Okay. All right, we'll give you a reset form and then your excuse. Who's here? Mark Anthony Pena. All right. Court is calling 2023 CR 0037, State of Texas versus Mark Anthony Pena. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Pretty much for the state.
Defense.
Callahan for defense.
All right, and are you Mr. Pena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review that with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Pena, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. I think you're only eligible for deferred adjudication. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we are proceeding on count 2 and we'll waive the remaining counts. Count 2 is an aggravated sexual assault of a child.
Any objection?
No, Your.
All right, Mr. Pena, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on count 2, which is aggravated sexual assault of a child? That's a first-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights? Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to life in prison and up to $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, off the record for a moment. Counsel, you guys do not talk behind the court reporter, so that's okay. You can move to the end. We're back on the record. Did you understand that the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement? And if for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Pena, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
Yeah.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on count 2. Punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 30 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. State opposes your application. There's to be compliance with Chapter 62 and no contact with the complainant. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offense and count 2 of aggravated sexual assault of a child. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty, Your Honor.
State any evidence?
And are we up for state's exhibit number 1 and all attachments?
Any objection? Mr. State, and you can, okay. Mr. Pena, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you applied for deferred adjudication. Could you mute me for a moment, please?
So I'm being told that we can come back and.
I'm being told we can come back in 3 weeks. Is that good for you, council?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if we can give me a date for 3 weeks, please. All right, so we'll be back on May 18th at 9 a.m.
Here.
All right, thank you. And probation will give you the information to contact, who he needs to talk to.
Yes,
All right, and I'll make a decision on your application based upon the PSI report and any other information I receive.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Your Honor,
Yes.
is he supposed to, report today?
Oh, they haven't told me that. They just said, I was just told to give him 3 weeks. Ah, just one moment. Hello? You. Yes.
Oh, no, so what's.
All right, who's here on Javier Medina? All right, court is calling 2022 CR 5195, State of Texas versus Javier Medina. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense.
Hicks representing Javier Medina.
And are you Mr. Medina?
Ma'am?
Counsel, you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
I believe that we've received all the discovery in the state's possession.
All right, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Medina, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, off the record for a moment. Did you ever file a motion requesting competency evaluation or no?
You did not.
Okay,
An oral request.
so you made an oral request? All right, the only thing with regards to competencies, once a competency is requested, it has to be done. So we can get in touch with Dr. Jumis and see if he can do the evaluation quickly.
We would like to withdraw.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to withdraw the request.
That's the thing. I don't believe, and I'll review the case law, but I don't think once it's requested, I don't think it can be withdrawn. Just one moment. All right. Can you mute us? And there should be some plea paperwork that's coming through. And Ms. Pratt, you all will need to go back in that breakout room. And then a clerk will come join you in the breakout room to swear your client in.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Sure. Who's here on Michael Montoya? All right. Court is calling 2022 CR 5275, State of Texas versus, excuse me, Michael Montoya. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett, Your Honor.
Defense?
Matthew Allen for Mr. Montoya.
Are you Mr. Montoya?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Montoya, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Montoya, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of murder? That's a first-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Montoya, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
The court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 35 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. There are no applications. The state will take in consideration 665-487 and 673-117. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. State exhibit number 1 with all of its attachments.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Montoya, I'm showing you what's entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept it to evidence, states exhibits 1 and attachments, and review the same.
Judge Mayor.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but something that was not placed in the packet, state exhibit number 1. We had asked to supplement that with a state exhibit number 2.
All right, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
I think you knew I was about to get to that
That's
point.
what I was.
I kept flipping. All right,
I'm
thank
not
you.
used to doing that in other cases, but on that one or other murders that I've done in the past, but I knew that you liked that.
All right, state will accept into evidence states exhibit number 2 without objection. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty and the court will find you guilty. And we'll come back on May 18th. He said he'll do it, May 18th. All right, who's here on Richard Esquivel?
This
All
was
right,
a
PTD. Yes, where are we on that?
He had showed me the emails. He's done the orientation. He's set to have his first reporting on May 17th.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a reset date for PTD? All right, May 22nd, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Your excuse. Thank you. Roger Salcedo. All right, what's happening with this case? Today is the plea deadline date.
We are not accepting the plea agreement that's been set forth by the state, Your Honor.
All
We're
right,
going to be providing the state with some, what we believe to be potential exculpatory information. And we'll go from there
when is that going to be provided?
within the next 2 weeks, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, recall this for 3 weeks, please. And after this, the court will not extend plea deadline dates any further.
Understand that.
All right, May 15th. All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll give you your reset.
Your Honor.
You're welcome. Alejandro Trevino. All right, the court has the discovery acknowledgement.
Yes, sir.
All right, and where is Trevino?
Should be walking up.
I mean, unless it's Ed Bartholomew, which I don't think he's been charged with an offense.
All right, you have to step out, Your Honor.
Okay,
Sorry.
I was like, were we gonna take Ed into custody today?
We could.
Michael Duran,
Like the rest of the case.
Michael Duran.
After this one, Alejandro just walked in.
All right, thank you. Who's the attorney for Michael Duran? All right. Alejandro Trevino.
Michael.
Your attorney's not here. Alejandro Trevino. And then after that, we'll take Michael Duran. All right, so you have all the discovery.
Yes, Your Honor.
Has an offer been tendered?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, Jenna, we need to talk to the victim's family a little bit. We've had a little back and forth between us, but we haven't been able to have a meaningful conversation as to our parts.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset date for 3 weeks.
For discovery, Judge?
We can put it down as discoveries for the state to speak with the complainant. All right, May 18th. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Duran. And Jessica, on the docket, it still has someone else listed, not you. It still has Nathaniel Navy. So if you want to, thank you. All right, what is happening with this case?
Morning, Judge.
Yes.
We have an offer. We're not accepting it at this time, Your Honor.
All right, do you have all the discovery?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right, I'll need an acknowledgement of discovery.
This one.
All right, Ms. Ferguson on Duran, if we can call this back in 2 weeks for a plea deadline date.
May 11th?
All right, May 11th.
Thank you.
At that
Judge.
time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the plea.
Will do, Judge. Thank you. Thank you.
Guadalupe Gutierrez.
We're present on him, Judge.
All right, and whenever you all are ready with the interpreter, just let me know.
Okay, I agree. I'm gonna let them know. to come back.
Okay, thank you. All right, Guadalupe Gutierrez.
And Judge, this is a discovery setting, and we're asking for a plea deadline setting. I guess that would be the next setting as a.
What, do you have all the discovery?
I think so, yes.
All right, who's the state on this?
Lindsay Shaw.
All right, if you could get the court a discovery acknowledgement.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson on Guadalupe Gutierrez. If I can have a 3-week reset for plea deadline date.
May 18th.
All right, that'll be May 18th.
Okay.
Michael Duran.
Judge, he's on a partial house arrest where he's able to work, but not, but we're asking for tracking only.
All right, follow motion and I'll hear it. If you want to bring it back tomorrow and the state has no objections to it, we'll take it up then.
Okay, I don't think that will happen by tomorrow.
No, I mean, have no objections to having it heard tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
I'm going to close the breakout rooms, Ms. Pratt, so that people can come in. Because I think Caroline is telling, can you go back to that room? I think she's telling them to come out of the room. Thank you. All right, Katrina Mendoza. Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez? You can't stop signing the reset. You can't stop signing the reset.
All right, we're here for discovery. Where are we? And counsel, you're on this side.
Oh, sorry. It's different in each court.
Yeah. All right, so where are we on discovery?
Your Honor, we have provided additional CPS records and jail calls and some police reports today. I did inform defense counsel that since the previous setting, we've talked to family members and learned of another hospital visit with the victim in this case that I feel is very relevant. And so we are in the process of trying to get those records
When is that going to be done?
as quickly as I can, Your Honor. We are supposed to find out more information from the family today, and then we can do a quick subpoena.
All right, so this is going to be yes.
So our conversations before the court on discovery, a cell phone that belongs to the co-actor was obtained during the investigation. And we represented to the court, the state represented to the court that the police department, law enforcement was attempting to extract the contents of the co-actor's cell phone. And so what they're telling me, and I'll let her say what they're telling her, but that's one issue that's still outstanding. And then the second issue that we have raised before this court in previous discovery conferences such as this is the question of the co-actor's safe was discovered in his vehicle. And at one point, the state represented that PD was attempting to unlock that safe.
How hard is it to unlock a safe?
So, and I have an update since defense counsel mentioned that to me. I got the answer, and it's already been disclosed.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So the cell phone and the medical records that the state mentioned are the two issues that I think are important at this point.
And as to the cell phone, Your Honor, we have been in pretty constant communication with law enforcement on that. And because of the number of digits in the password, they're at the point where they cannot guarantee any kind of time period as to when they'll get into it, because it potentially could take years, because it's on a program where it basically goes through an algorithm trying to guess what the password is.
Oh, we're not doing years for a cell phone. We've been here since September.
Yeah, I'm not, and so for that purpose, Your Honor, I would ask that we, we know that it is in existence, and if for some reason they do open it, we will of course give that material to defense as soon as possible. But for that reason, I'm understanding that we may have to proceed without the cell phone, but I can't give the court a date as to when we would have access to it.
And frankly, Judge, I don't know what technology they're using. I think if we can send your rover to Mars and so to speak, then we should be able to open.
Well, whose cell phone is it?
It's the co-actor's cell phone.
Well, and I'm assuming the co-actor is not giving somebody a pass to his cell phone.
So I don't know the technology they're using, but it seems to me like there should be some advanced technologies beyond whatever the technology is that they're using to.
I don't know. I can't even get this is a brand new phone and I can't even get the battery to stay charged. So I don't know what they're doing.
My guess is those FBI's could probably get into this.
But you know what? Somebody said that they went to the Great Wall of China, and I want to say it was Kobe Bryant. He said he went there and he could get, cell phone, somebody could call him. His service was great. Get on the elevator here, you can't get any service.
So I'm thinking they should be able to get into this phone. If they really
I'm thinking if we went back to landline, there wouldn't be this problem. I still have a landline, by the way. That's why I say it. Thank you, Carl Alexander, for having a landline. You know what? See, you're the only person who's brave enough to admit that you know what a landline is. Some people don't even know what that is anymore.
911 be able to find me.
There you go. I will find you. Is that like from what's the movie? Last of the Mohicans? Yes, I will find you, Carl Alexander. After lunch. All right, so I'm going to give you all a discovery setting. This is the last setting we're having for discovery. I'm not having any more discovery settings after this point because we've been doing discovery since June of 2022.
I will say, Judge, it's a complex case, so.
I understand.
It's not one of our one setting discovery type of cases. It's one of the most complex that I've represented in my.
Well, I will tell you the discovery with regards to the cell phone, that detective requested 6 months. I have it written right here.
Again, I don't know what technology he's
'Cause
using. If
what?
he's using that slow technology, Judge.
I don't know. He asked for 6 months and that was in September. So I'm not even gonna count September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. And say I put it this way, so I could give him more than his 6 months. So I'm giving you all 1 more month and that will be it. Ms. Ferguson, 30 days. On Mendoza for discovery.
May 25th.
All right, May 25th. See you all then. And are you all ready on Mr. Bond?
Thank you, Judge. Like your flower.
No, thank you.
Tulips and roses.
Oh, you can't beat it. No, but that last date you said May what?
May 25th.
Okay, May 25th.
Back there.
All right, if I could have the interpreter show her face, please.
Thank you.
Court is calling 2023 CR 1869. Is she going to interpret? You're on mute. All right, let me see if they have the interpretation feature. Just 1 second. All right, and what's the language we're speaking?
Hakachin.
And they don't even have that listed. Let me see if it would do it. Oh, she doesn't even have the equipment. Let me try it again. It's not going to do it. All right, court is calling 2023 CR 1869 State of Texas versus Mr. Khan.
Tunito Tonghikulatum CR 1869 CA Texas State Mr. Jongkan out me say.
All right, could I have the interpreter? We have an interpreter. Could you raise your right hand for me, please?
Now like Kupka when it here velo.
You solemnly swear or affirm you will faithfully translate from English into, and what is the language, please?
Hakachin.
Hakachin, so help you God.
Yes, I swear that I will translate exactly at what he said and what the judges said to him.
All right, thank you. You can lower your hand. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Ruben Herrera for the state.
Defense?
Larissa Fernandez Pratt for Mr. Kong.
And are you Mr. Khan?
Mr. Mr. Kaloma.
Yes. Sí.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Pratt, could you have your client switch to the interpreter function?
Yes, Judge.
All right, and Julie, can you switch to your interpreter function as well? And let's see if we can get this to work. It's the little bar at the bottom.
See, it's because we're on iPad.
It should have a little circle that says interpretation.
I switched ours, Judge.
We're good. If you'll push, maybe since you're doing it from iPad, if you'll push more.
Interpretation, got it.
Awesome. All right, and Julie, can you see?
So you're only gonna hear her.
Okay.
All right, Julie, can you just test it out on your end? Julie, did you switch yours to interpretation? It will be so much, it's going to take us 30 minutes to do this, but it would be so much easier if we could do it this way. Julie, do you see at the bottom of yours where it says interpretation? It should be a ball. All right, if you'll click on more. All right. Clarissa, we're just going to do it the old fashioned way. It'll take longer, but it's okay. Yes.
So do I go and switch him back?
Yes. All right, Julie, could you say something so we can see if we have you? We don't have you. Do you have a stack? All right, Julie, can you say something? That would be a no. We don't have her. Julie, could you sign out and sign back in, please? Oh, no, don't do it now, because now we hear you. Don't do it. All right, Mr. Kong, all of the documents I'm going to go over with you are in English. Did you have those reviewed to you in your native language? He says he can't hear. It's a beautiful day.
Technology, yeah.
This is why you should always have patience in your life.
It's like,
Now she can't. Can you say something?
All right,
Julie?
if he can say something.
Can you say something?
the timer.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. So,
We didn't hear that. We didn't hear the
hold on, I
video.
can't hear the interpretation.
all right, so Mr. Khan, did you review all of the documents in your native language?
Okay, now I can hear.
All right, did you review all of the documents in your native language?
Yes, so
All right, is yes the way you say yes in that language? No, I'm serious.
no. It's kind of like oh,
So here's the thing. Either we're going to use the interpreter or we're not going to use the interpreter. So if in your native language, the word yes isn't yes, then you should not be saying yes. You should speak in your native language.
okay.
All right, Mr.
Oh.
Khan, did you review the document entitled Defendant's Consent to Plea by Video Conference with your attorney, and did you sign it?
Oh,
Any objections to the defendant appearing by video, state?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
All right. There's a part of this document that's missing. Where's the admonishments? Ah, there it is. All right, Mr. Khan, did you review the document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you electronically sign it?
oh,
Counsel, have you received all the discovery, and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Ms. Pratt, we can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Khan, did you review the document entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
oh,
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we're proceeding on count one, lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, family household.
Any objections?
No objections.
Mr. Khan, did you review the document entitled Court's Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
oh,
Did you understand the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, family or household as a Class A misdemeanor?
oh,
Did you understand the range of punishment for that offense is anywhere from 1 year up to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine?
oh,
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be held against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
oh,
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
mm,
Did you understand by entering this plea, you're giving up those rights?
oh, yeah,
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
oh,
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine?
oh,
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Interpretation? Oh, I need you to interpret what I just said. Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
oh,
All right, counsel. Counsel, do you believe your client has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Yes. All right, just one moment off the record, please. Excuse me, this is not a movie theater. Why are y'all hugged up in this courtroom? Are you on the docket, miss? All right, step outside. All right, Mr. Kong, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
umlaut,
Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
atlingko,
Are you a US citizen?
oh,
All right, any objection to the court checking the box in the paperwork for I am a US citizen? State?
No.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Khan?
kanilaw,
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review
Okay.
the plea
Oh.
bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to, did
Oh.
you, All right. According to the plea bargaining agreement, state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, family household. They're recommending deferred adjudication, and there's an affirmative finding of family violence. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Oh,
Did you understand with the affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
oh,
Did you understand that to be the plea?
oh,
State,
Yes.
defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
oh,
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
oh,
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
You need to interpret that. All right, outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 2 years. There be 80 hours of community service restitution, no contact with NGUN SUI, anger management course, and parenting classes. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
oh,
Then to the lesser included offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
yes, oh,
So how do you plead? Do you plead guilty? Do you plead not guilty? Do you plead no contest?
circle,
All right, state any evidence?
The state offers State's Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
Any objections?
No objections.
Mr. You need to interpret that. Did you review the document entitled Waiving Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Oh,
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
oh,
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but there will be no live testimony?
oh,
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge, I think.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, this incident was a one-time incident between him and his daughter, and it just got completely out of hand. She's currently in state custody at a children's shelter. And we had filed to modify the conditions of bond because she had requested that we have contact between the two of them and.
Oh, just 1 second. You may want to give her time to interpret that.
Sure. And Judge, just so the court's aware that the child ran away from the shelter, I believe twice, and attempted to contact my client. My client then called CPS to inform them that she had left the facility. So, you know, they have a complicated relationship. She's probably going to age out of the system. And it's an unfortunate situation, but my client is very remorseful that it all happened. He also has another minor child as well, who's in the system. So.
Oh, please tell me she isn't frozen.
Oh, no. There she is.
Thank you. You want to interpret that, please?
oh,
All right, Mr. Kong, are you employed?
oh, Trân Cầu,
What do you do?
Roy Chuang.
Oh, please, we've lost your client. Do you want to just bring him in the office with you, Miss Pratt?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Very bad.
It's hard.
It's fine. Can I have a seat right there?
All right. So what do you do?
Roy Chuang.
Oh. What is your specialty? You know, I have to ask.
Like Japanese roll, teppanyaki.
Oh. Oh, I know what he's talking about. All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to sentence you to 2 years deferred adjudication, regular reporting by Zoom or in person, regular UAs, proof of employment within 15 days, no employment as a home health care provider or with minors, field visits 1 time per month for 3 months, no contact with the NSU, CPS compliance if applicable, affirmative finding of family violence, 80 hours of community service restitution. That will be satisfied once you complete parenting classes, anger management, regular UAs, and probation if CPS gives him parenting classes, those can count. If CPS is going out to visit him and you want those to count as field visits, they can.
He just finished his BIP course, Judge, and he finished parenting classes already.
All right, just turn that documentation into probation. And if he's done BIP, and if that BIP was done after this offense was committed, then the BIP can count towards the anger management course. All right, probation, is there anything else he needs? Mr. Kong, is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal?
Oh,
Did you sign it and understand it?
oh,
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
oh.
And also because there's an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand?
Oh,
All right, good luck to you. Thank you. All right, interpreter, do not leave because I need to send you to a breakout room so probation can go over conditions with him. All right, and thank you for coming in. This is the first time we've had your language. I've enjoyed it. I'm going to send you to breakout room number 2. Before you go to breakout room number 2, how do you say hurry up in your language? Oh, hey, I like it. All right, I'm going to send you to breakout room number 2. If everybody can go there, and the probation officer will meet you in 2. And Ms. Pratt, once you finish there, you can be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Okay, thank you. After she comes back, we're going to take up Medina. Who's here on Kevin Owens? Is that something that needs to be put on the record? What are we here for?
We have a discovery acknowledgement.
All righty.
Review on the 17th.
All right, come forward.
We signed it, but I walked with it.
Okay.
We have that, and when we were here, Judge Angelini informed me that he does not will not hear writs of habeas corpus, so that didn't get heard.
Okay.
I didn't know if you wanted to hear it or send us to the associate judge.
All right, we can send you to Mr. Nahara. What are you asking for?
We're asking to go back to the partial because he had finally gotten a job in the trades, and we were asking just to go back to that. The court, there was a violation report because he had been convicted of an harassment case, and the court put him back on full.
Just one moment, because if I do that, it's going to have to go on the record.
Okay.
So just give me a moment. Just have a seat. I'll take that up.
Okay.
Kendall Blunt. All right, so you all signed the discovery?
Yes, they brought me the last couple of things this morning, so I signed it. I did file some pretrial motions. I don't know if you want to have a date for that or if you want to run them with trial judge.
What pretrial motions? Are they evidentiary?
They are. There is a couple of motions to suppress. I don't think they're dispositive, but I just didn't know. I wanted to make you aware and the state aware.
All right, so what's the motion to suppress issue?
Defendant statement.
Okay,
So, yeah.
all right. We can run that with trial.
Okay.
Your other motions, if you all confer and see if you're in agreement on them. If you're not in agreement, then I will hear them. And if you all want, I can hear those tomorrow. Or either you can wait and I can hear them today.
No, not today. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
All right.
Really, they're motions, trial motions. It's motions limiting things we can do the morning we pick a.
Oh, okay, because I see this request for disclosure and you give them the information and I see. Oh, it appears the only thing that I see is the request for discovery, but you say you have everything?
I filed motions to suppress last setting, yes.
Okay, but the discovery you have.
The
everything.
discovery I have,
Okay, so then it's just motions to run with trial?
yes.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On Mr. Blunt, state, did you give them an offer?
We have, Your Honor.
All right, and you're rejecting that offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I need a jury trial date. How long do you all expect this trial to last?
I mean, I would put a week aside.
Are there videos other than his statement that are like 13 hours long?
No, nothing 13 hours. I can promise
Okay,
that.
all right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a
Fair.
all right, jury trial, 4 days?
July 11th.
What day?
July 11th.
All right, July 11th is your jury trial date. All right, thank you. Javier Medina. Where's the attorney for Javier Medina? All right, just have a seat. Where is he? All right, Javier Medina. The attorney. Court is calling 2022 CR 5195, State of Texas versus Javier Medina. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense.
Bob Hicks representing Javier Medina.
All right, you're Mr. Medina.
It's fine.
All right, we've gone on to discovery. The court found that there was, that the state was in compliance with discovery. And did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Medina, I'm showing you what's entitled Court's Admonishments. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? I'm sorry? Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case? Counsel, has there been any, have you been able to, I'm sorry, counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do so believe.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do so believe.
Mr. Medina, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you understand what the role of your attorney is?
Yes.
And what is his role?
I guess resolve the situation. And
Okay. And do you understand the prosecutor's role?
I guess to prove that, that I'm guilty. Yes, prosecutor.
Okay. Who is your defense attorney? What's your defense attorney's name?
I can remember his last name.
Well, what's his first name?
He was I can't remember.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Hicks, I'm gonna need you to, just 1 second. I'm gonna need you to talk to your client. And because I want to make sure that he's competent. So part of competency is if he knows who his attorney is, if he knows who the prosecutor is, if he understands the charges and what he's charged with. Now, I've already gone over the fact that he knows what he's charged with, but I want to make sure that he knows who his attorney is and who I am and what the roles are. And sometimes, Mr. Medina, people don't know what people's roles are because nobody's told them sometimes, right? So if you go see a doctor and the doctor is going to perform heart surgery, you know, this doctor's to perform heart surgery. But sometimes with defense attorneys and with prosecutors, we necessarily don't know their entire roles. So I'm going to give your attorney a chance just to go over that with you, then we'll come back, okay? Who's here on, this has been done. Why do I have this back? All right, Norma, on Michael Montoya, we already did that. Okay, oh, it's May 18th. Yeah. Right, that's been done. All right, who's here on Jose Sanchez? All right, he will come forward. All right, what's happening with this case?
Your Honor, I conferred with the state and I think we're jointly asking for, this is our first sitting for a reset. We have a minor discovery issue regarding some video.
Okay.
We need to look at both of us.
What is the video?
involves a third case. Anything further, Judge, probably have to discuss.
What other, I mean, are these
It's an
cases that,
unrelated- It's an unrelated case.
all right, have these cases been indicted or no?
No, it's. In those cases.
Oh, it's CTD.
Yes, CTD, Your Honor.
All right, CTD on Sanchez. Does he have other cases? Jose Sanchez?
He doesn't judge, but there's evidence in unindicted cases.
Sort of a sensitive matter.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have, how much time do y'all need? 45 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 45-day reset on Sanchez?
Yes, ma'am. We can bring him back on June 16th.
All right, we'll see you back on June 15th.
Thank you so much. Judge.
You're welcome.
Maybe excuse.
Yes. Devon Strike.
Yes, sir, we're here.
Yes. All right, this is scheduled for PTD. What's going on?
Your Honor, he has just got accepted on Friday. We have a contract. I need to print it, sign it, and I anticipate that should conclude this case.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. PTD on strike.
May 22nd, Judge.
All right, May 22nd, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Yes, Your Honor. If everything goes according to plan, I think we may be able to avoid it if it's dismissed before then, I think. It's been a while
Yes.
since I did this.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right, thank you.
No, have a good day, Judge.
All right, thank you. You have to sign the reset.
Yeah.
Dominique Nicholson.
No. We were coming back today on sort of a discovery issue
Yeah.
related to a Travis County.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll let Ms. Mitchell.
Okay, so I did verify, Lorraine, that I did upload those reports. So,
The Travis County report.
Mhm.
Okay.
so he has a pending murder in Travis County.
So is it capital murder? Because that's what you all told me last time.
He was arrested for capital murder, but they indicted it as a felony.
Okay.
So we have uploaded the reports and the indictment to Veripic. At this point, I can't give a package offer as far as the murder, which I think is what they're hoping for.
Who's
but
the
I-
defense attorney on the murder and
Well, actually, I think there are two attorneys on that case. One is a gentleman by the name of William Browning. He actually called me this morning. But it's not so easy to make contact with Travis County attorneys.
Travis County, do better.
But we have related offer.
So do you know when his next court date is in Travis County?
He called and I ran out. I missed his call, so I tried calling him back. He didn't answer because I was gonna, what is it?
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
All right.
But they're not bringing him out there.
No, I'm sure it'll be by Zoom, maybe.
Are you appearing by Zoom?
You're not appearing at all?
I think he's still listed as a fugitive up there.
All right, so let's do this.
Well, okay.
Let's
We'll do
see
that.
if we can get all those attorneys to come on Zoom. And counsel, if you'll let them know. So I'll reset this. And if you can get in touch with them, and Ms. Ferguson will give you a Zoom link. And that you all, and maybe if we can get the prosecutor who's there. And y'all come on Zoom.
I will represent the court. I will absolutely make that effort.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll promise.
I think that'll solve everybody's problem.
I have left numerous voicemails.
All right, so Norma,
culture, a little
can
bit.
can you reset this for the week of May 22nd?
Yes, I can.
All right, May 25th, and let's see if we can have the,
Do you want to, can we do it like at 1 o'clock? Would that be easier? Maybe to do an
Yeah.
afternoon Zoom?
we can do it at 1:30.
You want to do that?
Okay.
All right, and since they're going to be by Zoom, Norma, let's have Mr. Nicholson by Zoom.
And Judge, it's on Thursdays, so usually we have trial in the afternoon. Take care of it before then, or do you want me to
We
push
can
it
do it in the
forward?
morning. I was just,
You know what? We can do it on Monday that's Memorial Day. Oh, you know what?
On the 22nd in the afternoon?
22nd?
yeah, by Zoom, yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's do the 22nd. And then Norma, we're going to have you by Zoom as well, because that'll make it easier to have everybody on Zoom.
Just like for a status conference kind of.
Yes, so all of the defense attorneys can talk, the prosecutor can talk with their prosecutor, and Norma, see if you can make that happen. And see if the defense attorneys, if you will give Ms. Ferguson the defense attorney's numbers and y'all can meet by Zoom. I think people would love to do that instead of traveling all across county. Otherwise, if I don't do this, you're gonna be in limbo. Because Travis is never gonna come get you as long as we have these cases pending. And they're saying that they can't get things because Travis has the murder case pending. So this way, everybody will come together and we will see what happens. You're welcome.
That this is family.
Okay,
They have it.
thank you.
Yes. I'll be in touch, okay? Yeah.
Rodney Green. If you'll come forward, please. Your attorney is ill, so we're going to recall this for May 1st, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll give you a reset form, then you're excused.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Sir?
Mr. Green?
All right, Patrick Vargas. Norma, let's reset this for the second week in May. Yes. State on Patrick Vargas, the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. His attorney's in a jury trial in Wilson County. And if you all can confer with him because his client is in federal custody. Armando Mata. All right, Mr. Mata, we're going to recall your case for May 4th. Your attorney is in surgery. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Okay.
All right, and do not come back to court hugged up. You understand?
I apologize.
No problem. Abel Ornelas. Court is calling 2022 CR 11624, State of Texas versus Abel Ornelas. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Ruben Herrera for the state. Attorney Albertas for Ms. Ellis.
And are you Mr. Ornelas?
Yes, ma'am.
Probation, there's no probation. All right, counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Ornelas, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you weigh the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we're proceeding as to count one, waiving all other counts.
Any objection?
Okay.
Mr. Ornelas, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of retaliation as a third-degree felony? Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Do you, Your Honor?
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ornelas, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that document with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, I'm sorry, just one second. According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on count one. Punishment is to be assessed at 3 years in the prison. There are no applications. The state will take in consideration 2022 CR 11875. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
The dismissal? That's okay. State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions? Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that there be no contact with Victoria Martinez. Did you understand that was a recommendation from the state and the court does not have to follow that recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offense as charged in count one, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Plead guilty, Your Honor.
State, any evidence?
State offers states exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Ornelas, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state you filed a motion to dismiss in cause number 2022 CR 11875, which is the assault, family choking, strangulation. Is there a reason why that's being taken in consideration?
We have not had contact with the complaining witness since the inception of the case, Your Honor.
All right, and have you tried to contact the complainant?
We have.
Right. All right. Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Judge, since the offense date, my client's enrolled in the RIM class. He's been able to successfully complete that. I believe he was supposed to get a certificate today, but was unable to do so because he was in court this morning. But he has taken responsibility and understands that some of the underlying issues that he may have include alcohol and drugs, and that have led him to being in front of you today. And I know he's working on those things, and in speaking with him, he's working on obviously being a law-abiding citizen, has jobs lined up through construction, and he's working on those issues, and hopefully he continues to work on those issues while in custody.
All right. The court will find you guilty, sentence you to 3 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. Take in consideration 2022 CR 11875, and there's to be no contact with Victoria Martinez. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. You're going to have to make better decisions in your life. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes,
You have a good day.
you too. Javier Medina. We're back on the record in 2022 CR 5195, State of Texas versus Javier Medina. All right, Mr. Medina, I was asking you some questions. All right. So do you know who your attorney is?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is your attorney? All right. And have you had a chance to speak with him
Yes,
about your case?
yes.
And do you know what his role is?
For this to, to bring the evidence forward and
Okay, I don't think that,
to defend me in other words, to help him, to be in my side, to help me resolve this situation. Or the accusation of, well. To defend my case.
all right. And what is the job of the prosecutor?
Job of prosecutor is to, I guess, the way I see it is like negotiate or to see the, like the penalty that should be given to me. The defense will help me resolve the situation.
All right, and what is my job?
Your job is to gather all the information from both parties and make a good decision as far as my case.
Okay. All right, and we were here for a jury trial, but you didn't show back up. Why is that?
I had a relative that I considered my uncle that passed away.
Okay. All right, the court is going to find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the page entitled plea bargain with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 84 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244. There are no applications. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, that is.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
None, Your Honor.
All right, then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence?
State offers State's Exhibit 1 in all attachments.
Any objections?
Read them in their entirety, Your Honor.
Mr. Medina, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses? The state will call in the right to remain silent. Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yeah.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
We are. Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Having reviewed all of the evidence presented to me by the state, I had initially recommended that Mr. Medina pursue his remedies of trial. Today, I discussed the new plea offer from the state with my client and gave him the alternative of taking the case back to trial. And taking the state's plea offer. And he indicated that his concern was get home and he wanted to take the state's plea offer, and that is therefore why I listened.
All right. The court will follow your plea bargain agreement, find you guilty, sentence you to 84 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244, give you credit for any time served. Is this a judgment satisfied or no?
It is judgment satisfied, Your Honor, according to the 84 days is how much time you have.
All right. Then the court will find that the judgment is satisfied. Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question of what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck to you. You're going to have to do better. You understand?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, you're welcome. All right, we have, you may be excused. All right, on Mr. Owens. All right, court is calling 2021 CR 1906, State of Texas versus Kevin Owens. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense.
Arlene Gay.
And are you Kevin Owens?
Yes.
All right, so defense, you have a request?
Yes, Your Honor. When we were here earlier, we tendered our discovery acknowledgement, which the court accepted, and we discussed the application for writ of habeas corpus to go back to partial court due to a conviction in a harassment case. Changed his to full house GPS, full house arrest. But we just want to go back to where we were prior to the change. He has served his sentence and the case is on appeal. Notice of appeal has been filed. So, and we're just seeking to go back to that partial. So he can try to go back to his job. If he can't go back to his job, that perhaps he will find another one and but also to run household errands. So that's what we're asking the court.
All
to
right,
do.
am I wrong? I thought the last time we were here, unless another judge did something, the last time we were here, we had a hearing on whether or not he could be partial for work.
No, Your Honor, you were busy that day and you set it for the 17th in front of Judge Angelini, and Judge Angelini refused to hear it.
Okay, no. I wasn't here during the 17th.
No, I understand. Judge Angelini refused to hear the writ.
Okay, and no, it's not that I was busy. I wasn't here. But the last time we were here, he wasn't on partial for work because the last time we were here, I remember that, and if I'm wrong, correct me, but I remember him seeking employment and he was thinking about being a poll worker. And I told him I wasn't going to allow him to be a poll worker for the elections. So has something happened since then?
Yeah, we had come before you and Ryan Groomer was here, I believe, and he was working in the trades, HVAC, is that electrical, excuse me, electrical trade work. And that was approved. We had provided all that information. He was allowed to work. And when I said that you were busy, I meant the hearing last month. And then the court said, well, I'm setting your writ for the 17th of this month of April. So he was working. And you were informed by use of violation report, I believe on the 7th of March, that he had been convicted of the misdemeanor. And then at that point is when you changed it to full, back to full. But the court had allowed him to go work if the state approved where he worked. And this was being an electrician, kind of helper, an apprentice type job with other people on the crew.
State?
Judge, and what Ms. Gage just relayed, that was my understanding, was that he did have approval for partial. And then after the conviction, I think he was switched to full house arrest.
All right. And so, and the conviction was on what cases?
It was only on one. There was 4 dismissals and 1 conviction to a harassment charge. And like I said, the case is on appeal, and Judge Angelini went ahead and sentenced him. They withdrew the application. Alex Sharp did for probation, and he was sentenced to 180 days, and he already had 62 and given credit, and he served the balance of that. So he has been out of jail for probably approximately 3 weeks, approximately. April 5th, he was released, so 2 weeks.
All right. The court's going to deny the motion. What I suggest, counsel, bring in these people, his employer or whoever it is, where he's going to be working. Because if I'm going to do it, I want some specific time schedules from his employer, and I want his employer to come testify on the record.
Okay. And we had done that before, and that's
Okay.
why he was working.
Okay.
But now you want not only letters, but you want the employer to come and testify. Not a letter from the employer will not satisfy the
Now,
court.
I need the employer to come in. Right, because we're in a different position than we were before. All right. Is there anything else from either side?
Your Honor, there has been some movement on an issue directly involving our case by SCOTUS
Yes.
on the 19th. And I always want to say countrymen, but it's countermeasures versus Colorado, and which will have a direct impact regarding true threats.
Okay.
So I don't know what the court's planning on doing with us in terms of trial, but SCOTUS on average takes 4 months or less after oral arguments. So we are kind of expecting something before their summer break.
All right. Ms. Ferguson, if this goes to jury trial, how long is it going to take?
2 or 3 days, Judge, probably.
All right, Norman, can you give us a jury trial date, please? 2 to 3 days?
Yes, ma'am. June 13th.
All right, we'll see you all back here on June 13th for jury trial. And whenever you want that other matter heard, you can just bring in the witnesses, let Ms. Ferguson know, and we'll put it on the docket immediately.
Also, Your Honor, I have a motion to quash the indictment.
Okay, we'll hear that with your motion to change his GPS.
Okay.
All right. All right, Vernon Dixon. Yes. Yeah, they've taken him back. That's okay. What's happening with this?
Or afternoon now. Sorry, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, there is some brand new discovery which just came to light within the last couple of days.
Is it brand new?
It is. Well, I think it was there before, just it wasn't turned over. As the police department sometimes omits. But it is something important. Surveillance videos of the alleged scene. A voicemail recording allegedly between my client and the another witness that supposedly implicates him that we're trying to get a copy of. Some photographs, and there's one more thing I forgot. No, that was it. I'm sorry. So I have been conferring with my client at length. Like I said, I was at jail for about 4 hours yesterday, and I'm talking with the state as well, and we're still working through just these matters, bless you.
Thank you.
These
Sorry.
matters of discovery are important. We're gonna need them one way or the other before this case is resolved.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Mr. Dixon?
Perfect. Yeah, my cell phone text if anything comes up.
Yes.
25th of May. Good.
Yes.
We had a pleasure being in front of Angelini last week in here.
Oh, awesome.
It was okay. I didn't have anything, nothing was thrown, right? There was no. I feel disappointed, but there was yelling, there was screaming, there was everything else that happened with Angelini.
All right, could I see the file?
Sorry, Judge.
Hey, I like Judge Angelini. I will tell you, Angelini is my mom's favorite judge, and that's saying a lot because I'm a judge.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
I'll say this, he granted, I mean, I want to speak for the sake, he granted motion as a precedent, ungranted, then re-granted, then ungranted. Then said this controlling opinion is absolutely stupid, but I'm bound by it.
Okay. Could I see the file on Armando Mata? And let me see what files we have left, Caroline. No, I don't.
I think the photo is on. But it might not be. Because sometimes
All right. Daniel Bell did not show. Can you make an announcement, Deputy? Daniel Bell? Okay, 5-4. He's in custody in Oklahoma. Okay. So we're going to recall it for tomorrow, right? Yes.
Well,
All she has to do is call and ask them to send her something.
Oh, Judge, they actually filed a control violation on him stating that he is, they have a case number.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No. Set it in 30 days. What date? All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not the one. No, sir. Here's
Brandon Benavides. All right, let's recall it for tomorrow. Christopher Davis. Yes. Yes. Oh, I'm trying to see. I'm going through the files now. Oh, no, Norma. Christopher Davis has been reset for May 18th. Xavier Escobedo. That was supposed to be a PTD. All right, Norma, on this one, because his attorney wasn't here, recall it for tomorrow. All right, and then Sergio Garcia. They're supposed to be here for motions today. Is he in custody?
Police garrison, I mean, police. You said, I mean, 22nd. And she approached you.
All right, we can put it on May 22nd. Everyone, motions on Garcia is going to be May 22nd. And state, see if on the motions on Sergio Garcia, if that's something you can confer with the defense attorney beforehand. And then Monica Garda.
Judge, you received information that, or received a call this morning that she's in the hospital. Oh. Wait, hold on. Yeah, no. No, okay.
So she's in the hospital?
Apparently she went this morning. So,
Was he in the hospital?
Yes.
she left. She goes to the hospital.
Oh, she left.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna recall this for tomorrow and tell her she needs to be here.
Yes, ma'am.
That will be the last reset.
Yes, ma'am.
Joseph Montemoreno. Oh, he's in jail in Guadalupe County. I'm sorry, what? Okay. Gloria Orozco. Are you Gloria Orozco? Oh, come forward. Can you look into this? She's on a PTD. All right. Have you signed all your paperwork and done the contract?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Normie, can we give a PTD date for her? It's 2022 CR 8752.
March 14th.
All right, so what date you want to bring her back?
Second.
All right, we'll bring you back on May 22nd. Just follow through on everything, okay?
Okay, thank you.
It's a contract sense.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, it says that she's been accepted, so you think the contract is not there?
Usually you get accepted, then you have to actually sign.
All right, have you signed off on a contract?
No,
Okay. Are you employed?
yes,
Are you off tomorrow or no?
no.
When are you off?
I don't have a day off. I work 7 days out of the week.
Are you able to do Zoom?
Yes,
All right, we're gonna have you by Zoom tomorrow, okay? Norma, on this one, recall it for tomorrow. And she can be by Zoom. And Ms. Ferguson will get your contact information so that she can have you by Zoom, okay?
oh, thank you.
Renee Torres. What is this one? Did Renee Torres show up? Is he in custody?
That one, it was a motion.
Ah,
They, the state went through.
okay. And then everyone, that's all the cases we have today. Yay. And so we'll be back tomorrow. Yay. It's gonna be a short week. It's like that movie. Hooray for mom.
I forgot where the sign up was for the